No, I was actually just on mute. No, it had nothing to do with my computer sound. It was just the fact that I was on mute. That's it.
There I am. I know, I did. I pressed it to see if it worked, but hello, everybody. I know. So it was. So sometimes my speaker will not work. I know. Such voice mod. We can do little mod today. Just start out. Hello, everybody. Pro strimmer. I am a pro strimmer.
A pro. Oh, nice. I didn't know this had effects with it. Sweet. This is cool. Clearly, I'm in a different mood today. I still have my boots on. This is so good. I love this. I could listen to this all day. There are like many levels of vibes going on. Most of it's cozy. Right? Fish, it's good. Smooth. Alex, how was your stream? Did you finish everything you wanted? Excuse me. Oh no. I don't want to be compared. Oh no. I hope it has Chrissy vibes. Oh, it's a beanie. I gotcha. But Chris would appreciate that. Pattern 3. Oh, we have fun. Nice. I was thinking of doing some stealthy stuff today. I don't know. I know view. I don't know view, but I can like recognize and change view a little bit. So I thought if I make my bubble component a good tutorial, do you have a link? Because I thought I maybe just sit through a tutorial today. And jam. Stealth.dev. Hey Nana Banana, what's up? Celebrate! Tutorials are the world. I know, it's nice. I love the moon. Oh, that's cool, but it doesn't help me set up anything. There's a console. Let's check this out. I've already opened it. I might as well share it with everybody. Is this loud? Should I turn it down just a little bit? It looks like I'm cold. I am cold. Look at my nose. It's like red. I am cold today. And I've got a long sleeve New York Yankee shirt on. In case, you know, anybody wants to fight. Not really. I don't really watch baseball anymore. I used to be a big fan. But that's okay. I was just like, oh, the stuff homepage. Cool. Okay, this is exciting. Impatient to start hacking on my machine locally? Oh my god, they know me. That's creepy. Yeah. What's the temperature in Florida? I know, Alex, it's scary. Why did they write this tutorial just for me? If I'm impatient, that's it. Anywhere online that says, if you're impatient, it's talking to me. Svelte is a tool for building fast web applications. Similar to JavaScript frameworks, such as React and Vue, which share a goal, making it easy to build slick, interactive user interfaces. That's good to hear. Chrissy sings better than she usually does because auto-tune fixes all the bad parts. The 40s. It's pretty warm here when it's in the 40s up in the Northeast. My hat is for, let's see, let's look at the temperature right now. Oh, it's only 30. Okay, this is just Hello World. You'll need to have basic familiarity with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. I do okay. Not great, but okay. So, Old Sloppy and I were talking about Miss Excel. Miss Excel makes $100,000 off of her Excel stuff, and I can do a lot of that. So it's like one of those things where it's like, ugh, of course she's successful. I'm really proud of her. Bubbles! Love this. Oh, you're gonna tap out for the voice mod? Do you want me to turn it off? I can turn it off. You're a mod and a VIP. You can request. Here we go. All right, how's that? Is that better? Okay, I'll clear it off.
Oh, wow. Everybody wants me to turn it off. Okay. Well, hello, everyone. I'm sorry. Was it loud? I think it was probably just loud. And stressful. Loud and stressful. So, yeah, so we're talking about, yeah, I know I get overstimulated too, like, but it felt good. It was nice background music. Speaking of which, I should just turn on Spotify and then that will fix everything. Oh, if I'm not singing with it, it's just kind of annoying. I see. Disney Halloween is on here. Focus Flow. Let's try this one. Oof, it's so loud. Why are my headphones so loud? Oh no, this is actually just very loud. I don't know why everything like started on high, but for some reason, this is good. Nice and calm. Back to 30. Okay. This is nice. I always forget where the volume is on my Stream Deck. Cat Cam. Cat is here, by the way. She says hi. Okay, so let's see. Points. It's not on points. Sorry, I'm just looking. I never know where it is. There's a don't panic button, flag, a cut, overlays. Is it under overlays? It's under overlays. It is on 30. Perfect. Okay. What was the Redis fire from earlier today? I had some thoughts, but I was busy dealing with stuff. So, non-essential fish. I was trying to, okay. So today, my senior dev is off, and I'm a junior dev, period. That's just true. So, and I did okay. Like, I did fine deploying whatever I needed to deploy, kind of. But the story goes like this. When we push a migration to, Jasmine hearts you back, Nana Banana. So I pushed a migration to dev, and the way that it works is I don't even know how the migration follows through to the, oh, okay, bye, Alex. I was just starting to talk about Laravel too. No, that's okay. We'll see you soon. Good. I'm excited to review your VOD for Svelte tips. But yeah, enjoy your night. So let me go back to where I stopped. So I was pushing a deploy up, and I realized, I was like, oh, why isn't this working? And it's because I had already pushed. No, it's all good. I don't. Hey, Bai Lang. I'd already pushed one, and that deployed the first migration, but we changed, because it was just in feature mode, we changed some of the things after that fact. So the migration was already pushed. So I was like, okay, how do I connect my local environment to my dev database just so that I can test it properly and re-migrate to dev and roll it back? Like, I did a whole bunch of things I've never done before. Like, I rolled back my dev database rather than, because most of the time I have a local copy on my machine of the production database, so I can like see how it'll work properly. Oh no, non-essential fish. What did I do wrong? Oh no. This sounds like bad news. It's dev. Yeah. It's dev. Right, exactly. Like, I wasn't, right, exactly. So I would never do that in production. Like, really, a lot of this is just like, oh crap, okay. When I tested it in dev, I just caught some things that I didn't test locally. Yeet to prod, no way. No, absolutely not. So what I did is I connected the database to my local environment, the dev database, rolled back the migration, rolled it forward, and then disconnected it immediately. Yes, right. If it's production, absolutely. I would identify the difference between that database and my database, and I would write the new migration. Absolutely. But because it was dev, I was like, this is okay. Because what I'm going to do anyway is just write SQL to get it caught up. And it wasn't a lot. It wasn't a big deal. It was like there was a naming convention that we changed for something that was like, literally like words different. It was like 2 words different in the entire table. But it was a brand new table, so I was like, no, I'm gonna push it fresh. So I rolled it back and then migrated again and did okay. During that time, I got a CSRF mismatch, and I was like, well, maybe that's because it's not using the same session to like authenticate me. But then I realized, like, no, sessions are local, right? I guess there is some communication with the server, right? Like, there has to be, because it has to like recognize, okay, like, no, this is your session, this is who you are. But like, that's what I was confused about. I think there was some kind of like session thing that was going on. And then I just was like, okay, I'm going to stop doing this and start over. And so I took my environment file and changed it to the dev database, and that worked without changing my session or anything. So it was just something that I had changed originally that I ended up not changing. Then the other issue that I had, Xbox turn off. The other issue that I had was we have tests. They're called hooks, right? You guys I'm sure a lot of you have heard of hook tests or something, Git hooks or something. Yeah, Xbox is turned on. Got a dev cookie or a local cookie and use the other one, eh? Yeah, yes, right, wrong cookie. Exactly, I used the wrong cookie. Git commit hooks, that's exactly, Git commit hooks. And it wasn't like today I knew that there were tests that checked a bunch of stuff before the push happened. So So this was the most frustrating thing because it happened when my senior dev is in here, and it's embarrassing and upsetting and bums me out. But like, I pushed, what is this? I'm sorry, I have to like change the music. And it's a little loud for me. Old Sloppy's not a dev, no. Old Sloppy's okay at Excel, but Old Sloppy's not a dev. I'm gonna turn that down just a little bit. Yeah, I feel like you're right. So anyway, let me finish my story. So I pushed it, and I must have done something with my composer. You are very smart, Old Sloppy. He's very logical. He would be very good at dev. He just doesn't have the patience or doesn't want to go back to school. So, Old Sloppy doesn't code, just sits through my streams. So anyway, it didn't pass because for some reason, something happened to my composer file. It like wasn't updated, or I was using I don't know what happened to the composer file. Composer pack, composer.json or whatever. But I did it twice. I pushed twice, which is really frustrating because the first time I merged, it was just one of those times where I was like, if I just took like a second more, I would have been fine, you know? And it was just sitting there failing tests. Hey, Josh, are you saying goodbye or hello? I just came to say hello. And it failed, and I was like, how do I work this? I don't like, obviously you don't want to like, okay, because I'm getting into Svelte. Oh, because we're looking at it. Yeah, it's going to be exciting. I just want to make my Svelte bubbles, my component Svelte bubbles. I'm in healthcare. Yeah. World of despair and suffering. Oh, Nana Banana. You know, that was one professor. This is I merged to dev. So all of these things, right, are not major problems. Magic King, thank you for the follow. Because all of it is dev. Right? So I'm like, the worst thing that I'm doing is messing up dev. Yeah, absolutely. Like, it's the dev branch, and it's okay, but I hate it. Sup? What's up with you, Magic King? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. That's not how I talk. And so it feels like I'm not totally messing up, and I'm not like, there's no part of me that's like, streaming hoping. I don't know what streaming hoping is. Oh no. Okay. Oh my god, it looks like I have little ears. That's kind of cute. Searching for content. Oh, well, we're fun, but we're not very busy right now, so I'll get busy soon. So anyway, non-essential fish. Look, it's Eminem. Nice. Anyway, I'm feeling okay because I think so basically what I did is I created a temporary branch, and I fixed everything in the temporary branch, and then I merged that branch to the feature branch and looked at there, and then I merged the feature branch to the dev branch, and now everything's clean. I know. And I'm like bummed about it a little bit because, yeah, I don't know. He's going to come back and be like, good heavens. And I'm going to be like, I know, but I fixed it. It's gonna be like like a little kid who decorates a cupcake that took you that you made from scratch, but they don't decorate it with like frosting. They decorate it with like sticks and like your like lipstick, and you're like, oh, well, it's still a cupcake. That's how I feel. So yeah, no, right. Oh, that's nice. Yeah. Right. I cut a new branch and then I just kicked it. Like I deleted it. Cut it, cleaned. Cut it, merged, cleaned, merged. It's a lot of feeling. Forget. It's a lot of feeling. Oh, and I'm just so embarrassed, and like the thing about Git is this. You can't hide it. I mean, even if you're usually switching tools. Yeah, I know. And I'm just going to be like, look, I did a thing and I'm sorry. We have Git hooks for a reason, right? They are there to protect our code from me. And I eventually passed them. So it's okay. But man, I mean, it just sucks that he's not here, because I could be like, I mean, and honestly, it's probably better. Yeah. Git amend and Git force. And the only reason I would erase or amend is because I fixed it, right? So the only reason I would erase or amend is to save my pride. And I don't need to save my pride. Yeah. Oh, do I not do this one then? Or do I just save it, Josh? It's the same. Ooh, but it's dark mode. Oh, piece of candy. All right, let's change this to dark mode because I'm sure there's a way to do it. Oh, what's that? Oh, nice, Svelte. Let's see, chat, Svelte kit, tutorials, docs, examples, REPL. Blog, FAQ. Dark mode. Dark. Can't I please have a dark mode? I don't know where it is. Ooh, piece of candy. I think this one is fine, but that one I linked has dark mode. Yeah, right. Okay, I'll use this one. So anyway, it's all right to be embarrassed every once in a while. And I'm just going to be like, I'm just going to hang my head in shame on Monday. And he will be disappointed. And I will be like, I know. I'm sorry. All right. So let's check this out. Yeah, let's do this. Magic King, Josh put it on the whatever, sorry, words. But I think you did good from what you explained, but who knows, maybe you did something super crazy. No, I don't think so. Like, here's why I don't think it was super crazy. Because I could identify everything that happened. I'm like, oh, just because I like had oh shit moments, and they weren't like real oh shit moments because I didn't shut down production. But how did you get to Dev Redis? I hope you don't have that exposed to the world. No. All of my like environment stuff is I don't push it. It's get ignore. Like everything is Loki. 5 subs. What the hey? What the hey, Loki? What are you doing? Thank you so much. I got one. Me. I'm Steak. Well, welcome on in. Who's coming in here? Let's see. Yes, too kind, Loki. What the hell, man? This is awesome. Just QZen. Okay. All right. Robert Groves. I apologize, Robert, if you're in here. I don't. Terminologic. Okay. Lawin Acer. I'm saying that wrong, but whatever. Zaid Bites. And Josh, you got one? Let's see. Nice. Welcome on in. You lied. You got VIP, Josh. Say thanks, anyone. Thanks. I mean the service. Still no backseating, though. Loki, though, seriously. You mean the Rita service? No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I didn't change anything. So I think we're okay. Aw. Thanks, Josh. Woohoo. VPN then? I just didn't open it. I just didn't do anything. Yeah, thanks for welcome to the smack, everybody. Welcome to the smack. Welcome everyone. Okay, welcome. Look, it says it right here. Svelte. Welcome. All right, welcome to the Svelte tutorial. It will teach us everything we need to know. We can also consult the API docs and examples, or if I'm impatient, which I am, create a project with npm init Svelte. I actually don't think I'm that impatient. I think I want to know what I'm doing. It's funny, I feel like the older I get, the more patient I get, because the less time I have, and the more I realize that I waste time when I'm impatient. This Svelte is too soft. I think I'm the first one to say that in this stream today. This Svelte is too soft. This Svelte is too hard. This Svelte is just right. Like the other user interface, declaratively. Where'd my lip gloss go? Ooh, a piece of candy. I wish there was a piece of candy. Where the hell's my lip gloss? Jasmine, did you take my lip gloss? WTF. Well, I guess I'll have to use. I've been putting on like Carmex because my lips have been so chapped. I'll just use real lip gloss. The older I get, the less patient I get. Please stop stealing my patience. Sorry. No, I'm way more patient. I think this stuff used to come really easily to me, and now it just doesn't. And I'm like, okay, let's slow down. Okay, build your app declaratively out of components that combine markup, styles, and behaviors. These components are compiled into small, efficient JavaScript modules. I think this will be very helpful. I can build my entire app with Svelte. I've heard of SvelteKit. Add it incrementally to an existing code base. This is what I want to do. Oh no. Okay, I non-essential fish. By the way, once you finish this Svelte tutorial, wrote a project with a bunch of issues aimed at writing stories for blockchain protocol if you're interested in discussing that. So, Magic King 6120. I have a community critiques code night. It's on the 10th next month, where I just review people's code and talk about it because I'm learning and I want to learn all different kinds of code. So if you put that on your calendar, because obviously the first time you walk into a stream, you're like, oh yeah, I need a commitment to come back. Then come back and we're going to do some community critiques code. I might put up some code myself that I don't write on stream. We'll see. Maybe not. I think it'll just be community code. I like that better. I learned stuff from that better. Yeah, Josh, get something ready. I asked, who did was it himself? Who, no, it wasn't himself. Who's going to write WebAssembly for me? Someone's going to write WebAssembly for me. Any kind of code. Magic King, any kind of code. Obviously don't destroy my computer, but like a whole app, usually I have a harder time, filtering through it. I like kind of medium to small sizes so that I can understand it better. But architecture is really important. And I think that that is good too. Are there style guidelines? So before, binary is absolutely okay, Nana Banana. Absolutely okay. If you've got, one of the things that I check is whether or not it works. That's true, Magic King. Are there style guidelines? So originally I tried to nail down what's good in good code, and no cool projects to show off though. Yeah. I'm sure though, just a gist or a snippet of some of the work would be really good though. But again, I'm submitting binary. That's awesome, Nana Banana. Nana Binarian. Nana Binary. Nana Bini. I can't. Please forgive me. Don't leave. So anyway, so we'll see. Print a blank sheet. That's my sub. Yeah, sure. Bilang. We'll review it. Does it work? I don't know. What's the intent? Is it art? Then absolutely it works. Okay, so let's check this tutorial out. It's split into 4 main parts. You are here, intro, advanced, and advanced felt kit. Okay, that's easy. 4 things we're gonna, je art. I love that. Each section will present an exercise designed to illustrate a feature. Later exercises build on the knowledge gained in earlier ones. So it's recommended you go from start to finish. If necessary, you can navigate via the menu above. By the way, Piling, I wanted to tell you, even though I am not enjoying Django, I think that I'm going to continue to develop my app in Django because I am getting better at Python. I mean, I've taken a little bit of a break because it was exhausting me. But I think that as I see the app come together and as I do more planning, Python will give me the easiest path to understanding structure the fastest. I think before, have I done the tutorial on Codecademy for Django? No, I did the Django tutorial and it's garbage. I mean, it sucks. A blank file is technically a valid file for language languages. I'm telling you because you've encouraged me to focus in the past, and I am taking your advice. And I want you to know that. Not enjoying Django, I mean, fair, but still, ugh, no. And it's not, anyway, I don't know. I think it's just exhausting. I don't like splitting my features up so much. That was months ago. I know. I thought we were past that. Well, sure, but I'm going back to Python. And it took some ruminating. I thought I was going to move my app to Laravel, and then I was like, no, let's keep going with Python. All right, each section will present an exercise designed to illustrate a feature. Oh, okay. That's good to know. So Codecademy is super easy. All right, I'll check that out. If necessary, you can navigate via the above menu. Okay. Solve button. I don't ever want to do that. It's disabled on sections like this one that don't include an exercise. Try not to rely on it too much. No problem. My first component. All right. So who's following along? I'm assuming it was just jumping headfirst into heavy MVC framework mostly. Yeah. No, non-essential fish. It was yes and no. I think it was mostly that I was trying to tackle so much at once. And not just the MVC, but like the front end, the back end, like understanding my app and what I wanted to do with it. Like there was so much going on, I think, that I was like, and I also am learning this framework for Python. And so I think, yeah, I mean, part of it is that MVC, but I like Laravel and Laravel's MVC. I think that the confusing part of Django is the way that it splits up the modules. It's just very confusing. I'm actually obsessed with Python. My advice was about avoiding language switching mid-project. That's true. But I'm going back to it. I did a tutorial 3 months ago, following with audio. Okay, all right. Sorry, you're right, Magic King. I'm just gonna start. So looks like they've got some JavaScript component that just renders some static markup. Isn't very interesting. Let's add some data. Okay. Script. The hell? Oh boy, that is some feedback right there, huh? And of course it doesn't autocomplete anything, which makes me frustrated, but that's okay. Can't complain. It's online. Let name equals svelte. Wow. And then hello name. Does it matter if we put this after? It probably doesn't, right? Name. All right, cool. Name to uppercase. Very interesting so far. So this is basically, it's saying you can execute. This is so like Blade. This is very like Blade. Should build a Twitch bot and let chat autocomplete things for you in all the places. Oh, ooh, non-essential fish. That sounds awesome. Oh, you're actually not obsessed with Python. Yeah. I didn't think so. Russian matryoshki dolls. Yeah, the little ones that fit and fit. Yeah, no, that's how I feel. Right, I feel like it's exhausting. It's like, oh, what's in here? Oh, crap. Okay, it's more of this thing that I saw, but it's slightly different for some reason. Crap. Let's check the one inside. Oh, look at that. It's another thing. No, that's a good. MTTV. Django is kind of its own world inside Python. Yeah, I don't know. I don't like them, but I should go through it. Are you, anybody else like databases and poison ivy? But I also like poison ivy. All right, good, Josh, because I need some, because this feels dull. How do people get through tutorials? I just like, we can put JavaScript, but any JavaScript we want for a shoutier greeting. Hey, spell. Hey, kids. Control them element. Our image is missing a source. Let's add one. All right. Let's see. What is this telling me to do? Why does it double like that? It's auto-completing for me now, but, and then we do image. Oops, that was silly. Silly old bear. This doesn't feel like JavaScript. This feels like HTML. Why does this feel like HTML? Because Svelte packages HTML with JavaScript and CSS. So it should feel like a little bit like HTML. Christine? Okay, sounds good. Sorry. This doesn't belong here. I messed that up. Sorry about that. Oh, I got rickrolled. Let's see. Like usually the script tag is the first thing in a Svelte file. Oh, interesting. There's a person who did some kind of Minecraft game in someone else's stream. They were asking to get it reviewed. Oh, that's interesting. The code window is small. Is there a way to zoom? Crap. Let's just do, how's this? Is that better, Josh? Really, Rickroll, yeah. Is that right? Is that, if you're on your phone, then you can zoom in. Nana banana. Yeah, I know someone who'd review your code. That's funny, Biling. You should, yeah. Did they take you up on it? Nice, cool. That's awesome. I love that. Who would review your code, but like poorly. But sure, you know, whatever. Code review's code review. But Svelte is giving us a warning. Are you seeing the warning? Where is it giving us a warning? The message was transmitted, okay. Yeah, it's not. Image element should have an attribute. It's probably, oh, I see. Oh, okay. I see. We can use curly braces inside attributes. Try changing it to name dances. And name is not defined, so it's going to be all cranky at me. Name. Oh, it is. I'm confused. We don't define name anywhere. Is it just... what? Remember to declare a name in the variable script. In the script block. Globals are like, name looks globally. Really? Good Poison Ivy? You said you liked Poison Ivy, Biling. Only if you, it's an A11Y? Ally? Sure, and it's not uncommon to have an attribute where the name and value are the same, like source. I do not like Poison Ivy. Yeah, I don't either. Name looks globally. Accessibility? Ally? I don't know nothing. I don't know nothing. I'm singing in Nelson. Just like HTML, you can add style. Can I add style? I can't help but like just want to copy that. Copy that. Color purple. Who's reading any good books? I am reading currently, well, currently I carry around that book that was written by John Osterhaus, the dev, it's called something about design. and 2em. Tiny little text. Oh, big text. Okay, fine. Important. Okay, let's make sure we understand this importantly part. Oh, saves it. Can I not press save to do better? So I just have to write my own good code? Oh, come on. Ugh. Gross. Like my dome warmer? Yeah. Well, my hair looks god awful, so I'm mostly just hiding my hair. You could call it my hair hider. Let's just check it out right now. Oh my gosh. Sorry, kitty. Clip that. Chrissy equals bad hair day. If you want to, oh, auto format just hit the solve. That's pretty funny. Mysterious. Don't mean to sound know-it-all. You don't even a little bit. I'm boring. Only read technical literature. Yeah, I'm saying it's technical. I wish I had it. It's I'm just gonna look it up. It's very, so far it's good. Philosophy of software design. I think you'd like it if you like technical literature. All right, back to this. Auto format solve. No. I actually appreciate when, I think that people who, you took a screenshot. What a jerk. Nice. I don't have bad hair days very often, so we might as well like have it for posterity, you know? Okay. This is going to be, it would be impractical to put your entire app in a single component. This is what I want. Instead, we can import components from other files and include them in our markup. So, Josh, this reminds me of like when we were, you remember we were first writing Svelte for my Django app and I was just lost. And I think like I'm starting to understand a little bit more, but like tweet it. Oh man. Oh, good thing nobody hangs out on tweet anymore. Twitter. I'm just kidding. People do. Okay, so this is a paragraph nested. So this is interesting, the way this is formed. Import nested from .nested svelte. This is another paragraph. I see. I'm going to move. So style is, style needs to be above, right? This is going to be weird for me. Okay. Should I think about it the same way that I think about an HTML file? Like in the same, hello there, fancy seeing a Svelte stream. Just this morning I was considering using it for my next project. Well, now you can do a tutorial with me. You might know it already though. Svelte feels a lot like Blade and PHP, which in that it feels like just a bunch of HTML templates. Yeah, Josh. I think it feels good. Just got to add the script tag and you got it. Yep. So let's do, so script tag, which goes above, you said, which makes sense, I think. It's interesting though, sometimes, so does Svelte load the same way that like an HTML file would load? Like, because if you have, let's say you have elements that you want to feed into the script that just come from an API, say, and you're like, okay, I want to use this data from this API, feed it into this JavaScript to, make something happen depending on what the data is. Does it matter that the script is above in this case? Or does Svelte have some like fancy way of, it doesn't. Okay, cool. It would be impractical to put your entire, yeah. Okay, so we're gonna throw a component here, import nested from the file. That's good to know. And look at it is very PHP, like with the, well, closing JavaScript has closing tags too. I'm just used to PHP, I guess. And let's click solve. So notice that even though nested Svelte has a P element, the styles from app Svelte don't leak in. So, Josh, does that mean that okay, so what that means is when you nest your components, you're still controlling the components separately. And it also means that they must have namespaces or something, or you just write the style over there. You probably just write the style over here. So you just say like, okay, in this component, because this is a different Svelte component. So you say, but there's got to be like style sheets to have global consistency, right? All styles are scoped by default to the file. You can import CSS files though if you want to use things like feet. Okay. Feet sounded like I said feet. Yeah, nice emotes. They are pretty good. Formatters will automatically put your script first on save. Oh, fascinating. Fascinating. There are nice peeps on Discord. I think I have the same recommendation as some regarding splines videos. Oh man, there are great people on Discord. Did you pop on Discord? Did you say hi already? Do they know I'm on? Sometimes they're just hanging out. Just my whatchamacallsums haven't been, notifications is what they're called. They haven't been announcing my presence, apparently. It's ridiculous. Okay, I've finished this. Component names are always capitalized to distinguish them from HTML elements. That makes sense. Let me make sure yeah, this seems understandable. And let's solve it so that we get, oh, wow, look at that. So it put the style on the bottom? That's gonna be one I have to get out of. Whatchamacallsums. Whatchamathingsums. Who's my watches? Those thingies. You want to know what the component does first. That makes sense. The information that you want is what does it do? And then you want what does it look like? That makes sense. Like script. What it does, how it is structured, and make it pretty. That makes sense. I like that a lot, actually. That makes a lot of sense. All right. Oh, look, escaping. Ordinarily, strings are inserted as plain text, meaning that characters like these have no special meanings. What? Sorry, what? Are you telling me that I can just do this? No, I'm not understanding this. Strings are a string, this string. So the string doesn't have any meaning. Okay, so you have to escape it. Okay, got it. Sometimes you need to render HTML directly. This happens to me all the time, especially when you have like selected things. This happens a lot. So I understand this right here. For example, the words you're reading right now exist in a markdown file that gets included in this play as a blob. You do this with escape tags. Escape or read at HTML. String. Okay. What happens if I put PHP in here? Makes sense. Yeah, so it'll pull out like if I had, yeah, that makes sense. This is what it's saying here. It doesn't perform sanitization before it gets inserted. So don't do that. And that happens to me too. Like I'll pull in, like recently I tried to convert some IDs into UI names and it had a link in it. So it had an HTML link to another part of the app. And when I tried to feed that into the converter, like it saw the HTTPS and one of the converters had TPS, and I was like, so it saw it, and so that was really frustrating. XSS attacks. Cool. All right. At the heart of Svelte is a powerful system of reactivity for keeping the DOM in sync with your application state. For example, in response to an event, to demonstrate it, we first need to wire up an event handler. It's okay, I know what it is, but I don't know how to wire one up without using Google, so that's okay. So we want a button on click. Okay, click on increment. Count equals 1 time times event handler code goes here. It's that pretty. It's 8 pretty. It's say to pretty. It's that pretty. That's what, I don't know your name, but thank you for the follow. It's 8 pretty. I don't even know. I'm so sorry. I also had to look at the code to grasp what they were talking about. The fact that it's a string variable somehow easily gets lost in that paragraph. Yeah, that is a good point. Like it's a variable that is like string equals, and it's a string. So I got you there. Okay, we first need to wire up an event handler, button on click. So it just wants me to add this little data in here. Okay, on click, do this code thing. So interesting. So components can pass information as well too, right? Like, so if you're pulling an API with a Svelte component and you have the data to deliver, I guess you just probably have to roll it into a variable. And I wonder how you use it. I wonder how it recognizes. We'll look at it later. Function increment, count +1. All right, so let's look at this for a second because it's using count, which is acceptable. And it's saying, hey, I've got count down here. Now you need to use the script. Fine, that makes sense. And then it will click it. Okay, that's fine. Svelte instruments this assignment with some code that tells the DOM. All right, let me understand this. At the heart of Svelte is a powerful system of reactivity, whatever that means, for keeping the DOM in sync with your application state. For example, in response to an event, like clicking. To demonstrate it, we need to wire up an event handler. We're not doing that right now, but we will. And this is going to be like on click this is kind of eventy to me, right? On click increment. But it's not an event handler, I guess. Inside the increment function, all we need to do is change the value of count. All right. Reactivity is like synonyms with reactions. Yeah, I guess. Like interactivity, reactivity, it responds to you. Okay. That makes sense. That's what you're talking about, the API stuff, Josh. Svelte automatically updates the DOM when your component's state changes. Often some parts of the component state need to be computed from other parts. Handle click. Okay, here's that. Here's what I expected this to be. Handle click. Often some parts, such as full name, and recomputed whenever they change. Reactive declarations, they look like this. Okay, hold on. Automatically updates the DOM when your component state changes. Okay. Some parts of the component state need to be computed from other parts, separately from other parts. I feel like this is a bad sentence. Or from other parts. No, it isn't. It's a good sentence. I'm a bad reader. Doubled. So this is like very reminiscent of PHP and Ajax a little bit. Let count equal 0, doubled count times 2. Don't worry if this looks a little alien, it's valid. JavaScript, which Svelte interprets to mean rerun this code whenever any of the referenced values changed. So we have count and out of curiosity, Miss Streamer, are you familiar with any other front-end frameworks shenanigans? Yes, Blade. I use Blade in Laravel, and I like have very little experience with vanilla stuff. I mean, more experience with Blade than I do vanilla stuff, which is kind of funny. And then no. And then no. I mean, I've done some Django, but not enough. And I would say that like Django front end kind of crippled me. Not because there's anything wrong with Jinja 2, but because I think I just got overwhelmed. That's probably what it was. Okay. So this is saying specifically, oh, doubled is the second one, I see. And oh my God, this is, so clicked to me, no, that's just the inside of it. Let's use doubled in our markup. Fine. Before the button, after the button, let's write a paragraph that says, let's use count. Doubled is doubled. Close. And I need to actually write doubled. What did I mess up? Do I just need to add this? I need to add this. Oh, okay, that's fine. All right, I'll type it out, fine. Doubled equals count times 2. Okay, so see my face? DTL. Has anyone ever tried Drogon Core or OpenResty? No. Blade, never heard of it. Blade is in, it's just a, ooh, okay, Josh. Sweet tea. It's much like Jinja. It's also like, it's a lot, I mean, honestly, it's a lot like this. It basically serves PHP via, click the button, sorry. Click the button! It just serves PHP the way that this serves JavaScript. It's very similar, very similar. All right, let's write statements now. We're not limited to declaring reactive values. We can also run arbitrary statements. Great. Arbitrary statements is exactly what what? Piling, what's the question? Is it a joke or is it a real question? Hi, how's it going? Black exterminator. Tort. Exterminatort. Thank you for the follow. Hi? Hello? Hello? How are you? Wait, hold on. Did circa 1017 just follow anonymous? Am I not supposed to say that? Is it a joke? Someone followed anonymously. Anonymously. I'm sorry I called you out. I don't know if I was supposed to or not. Anyway, is it a joke? All right, we click the button. We can also run arbitrary statements. Like, I'm sorry, I don't understand. Like when I see the word arbitrary, I think random, like statements that don't matter. For example, we can log the value of count whenever it changes. Okay, fine. Let's console log the value of. But sometimes here, and maybe this will help me understand this. I wish Josh was here. I know Josh is making tea, and that's totally, they're right. But here is my question for this. Oh, stop. Nonsense. I want to know why this is in script, right? Why can't we just write JavaScript? Why can't we just say, let's just console log this? Is this some sort of, do I come up anonymously? So circa, like it didn't say like that you followed. It said black exterminator and then no you. And then it just followed me on the left. My activity said you followed, and so I didn't want to call you out, but I saw you followed. And I didn't know that was weird. Are you flagged? No, not flagged. That's a weird question though. Am I flagged? Because I'm gonna wreak havoc right now. So server rendering. I see. Okay. Oh, thank you, non-essential fish. You can do that, but it won't be reactive. Thank you. And now I understand why it says the words reactive. Okay. Well, no, that's the opposite. Katachi? It's basically saying you want to do this every time this event happens. Or every time count changes. Every time something in this changes, you want to do this. React. I'm not switching piling, but that's funny. I've been told React and Rust and TypeScript. Probably the two things I have to learn next. Oh, let's do it. I don't know that song. We can group statements together, apparently. as though it's like a function. Okay, all right, all right, all right. This makes sense. I like consolidation. Alert. I said you can never come back. Anybody know what that's from? Anybody? Let's make music together. Let's make sweet harmony. Oh. Let's make music together, baby. You do, non-essential fish? We are birds of a feather, looking for the right key. You can even put a dollar sign, dollar bill in front of things like if blocks. I'm just going to put it in here. Can I do this? Is this a good idea? We'll see. Oh my. Okay, hold on a minute. So why is it? Okay, all right. Count is greater than 10. Alert, count is dangerously high. This is interesting because it seems like as I write it, it's interrupting me, so I want to move it out into its own alert probably. But this is irritating. Ah, that's annoying. All right, so let's just put it by itself because that was what? Okay, all right. So what is the event that's happening that's causing this to go so often? Dangerously cheesy. What am I doing? Alert. Oh my God. Is this supposed to be happening? So let's calm yourself, okay, for a second? Just calm yourself a little bit. I'll check bubbles in a sec. Every time you type it, reruns the file, but oh my goodness. Okay. Alert. Thank you, Josh. Dangerously high. Ah! And then it resets it to count equals 0. Cool. All right, we'll test it out. Although this would probably have a little bit of a testing in it anyway, because it definitely looks like a little bit of business logic in here, which is weird because like I feel like components shouldn't hold business logic, but maybe that's just a tutorial. Yeah. Amen, Josh. I did that. Vimic, what's up? Shout out to Vimic, everybody. Let's give a quick shout out to Vimic. Vimic, how's your streaming going? You doing all right? Anybody miss a shout out? Any streamers out there who are here often who would like to mention that they stream? Feel free to say an elevator speech if you want. Where'd you put your business logic? Where would I put it? I suppose in a service. But components are front end. Maybe they're not. Maybe I'm not thinking of these. Yeah, non-essential fish, you count. You're here often enough. Just 2. Are you here a lot? Or you here, do what? Do we chat? Are we friends? If you want to come in here and be like, yo, I'm your friend, mention my stream, then maybe I will. We'll see. I'm going to teach something in January and everyone is voting on that now. Oh, cool. That's exciting. Yo, you stream? Piling streams. That is highly doubtful. I'm your friend. I'm Steak. Nice. Okay. I stream water in my gullet. I see. See, I knew it. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Count is dangerously high. 0. Cool. All right. So what I learned from this is actually very important, and If I don't focus on what it's doing, I can focus on what the information is. So this is saying that we have some short code that says, yo, this happens when something inside it changes. So this is false every single time I click until I get up to 9. Then it changes to true. So that kicks off, oh damn, it says greater than, not greater than or equal to. So it kicks off at 11 and makes the alert. So it stays the same, even though its count is changing here. It doesn't care that count is changing. If I put executable code in here though, and I say, yes, cat, Condarsa, right here. Oh, she's so precious. Sorry, I just wanted to sit with the cat for a second. Cat is cold, and that is why cat is sitting on my lap. So if I put executable code in here and I say, now it will still only alert if it's over 10 because this won't change. This will stay false. Svelte over React or Vue? Well, I think like Vue templates are I mean, I still work with Vue, not fluently, but I think Vue templates are a little bit, I mean, honestly, like write what you love, write what you're in, right? Like, I don't care. Like, I think they're all great in their own ways. But yeah, I would agree with Josh. I think Svelte is easier to understand, and it also doesn't feel like it has a mess of code in it. I feel like Vue templates have a lot of code in them. Oh yeah, Svelte docs are open right now and the others aren't. Absolutely. Amen to that, QLogic. Cheers. Next stream goal, cat lappy. A cat cam, a lappy cam. That's not a bad idea. I think I could do it. React is way more popular and probably has more jobs. I don't care too much about how many jobs something has because there are jobs like with Svelte. And if everybody learns React, then there are going to be a lot more competitors. But whatever. I mean, everybody has their thing. I really want to learn Rust and TypeScript someday. I'm not ready for that. Haskell. If I could I think Haskell's really amazing. And there are probably I don't know, maybe 70 Haskell jobs, 700 Haskell jobs. I don't even know. Yeah, I've heard good things about SvelteKit from Alex, Josh. So I hear that. Got it. But I don't think one is really promising over the other. Okay, I think it's fine. All right, so if I pull this back, this is going to, every time count moves, because something changes. Can we see the console somewhere? Here? Where is the console chilling? Oh. I feel like there's... Oh, it's in my actual console. Okay. Because sometimes these things have these things do happen. sometimes they've got, oh my gosh, what is happening? What is going on here? Clear, please. Okay. Okay, there we go. Boy, this is irritating. All right, so we learned a lot about this. I think this is really important. This executes when something inside it changes. So that's cool. That's cool. I actually like that a whole lot. It is very convenient for like UI calculations that don't matter to the back end. Really? That's cool. Or that do matter as a save. That's cool. All right, updating arrays and objects. Because Svelte reactivity is triggered by assignments, using array methods like push and splice won't automatically cause updates. For example, clicking add a number. Okay, I'll listen, Josh. Rhythm and Blue, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Because Svelte's reactivity is triggered by assignments. Triggered by assignments equals. Push and splice won't automatically cause updates. For example, clicking the add a number button doesn't currently do anything. One way to fix it is to add an assignment that would otherwise be redundant. So this is like interesting. So this is essentially making it an object instead of, and like an instantiating an instance of the object. Is that the right idea here? Is that, or am I like, why wouldn't you just say numbers equals numbers dot push? I mean, yes, no. So like this is very important because it's different than JavaScript or something. It's different than we're used to. But I don't know why you wouldn't just put like numbers equals numbers dot push. You probably can. It's probably fine. But there's a more idiomatic solution. Add number. Oh yeah, numbers equals a bunch of numbers, comma numbers length plus 1. Okay, so an array of numbers. So dot 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 numbers. So this is just an array. The reassignment is what triggers the reactive statement. Oh. Well, you could still do it, right? If you just push, nothing is being reassigned. Okay, let's think about this then. It's triggered by assignment. So this reactivity is triggered by this setting this equal to numbers. Numbers push doesn't return the array. That's interesting. Numbers equals numbers length plus 1. You can use patterns to replace pop, shift, unshift, and splice. Oh, Jesus. Okay. So as opposed to just using pop, shift, unshift, and splice, I think this is probably getting used to this. Equal sign must be present for reaction to take place. Not just the equal sign, but the assignment. The value will get pushed into the array, but Svelte won't know if the array has changed. It can only trust reassignments. Oh, so the reactivity doesn't, okay. So if you don't want reactivity for some reason, You just say numbers.push. Give me an array that's 100 numbers long. Stop when it's 100. Then let's say when it's 100, let's say if we do an if in here, right? If it's greater than 100, then numbers equals numbers. And then that can activate the reactivity piece. Not necessarily, so it's still happening. It's just that the reactivity piece doesn't happen unless there's an assignment. I wonder why. Because it's event-based, maybe? Because it doesn't says, but well, I guess it's still a different kind of event to push something. So it's interesting. Only ever looks at the address or pointer of the variable. Okay. Oh, is that what object-oriented means? Oh man, I don't know where someone said what. Neo-Socratic, by the way, welcome on in. But what I said is probably totally incorrect. Pushing doesn't change that. Modifying it doesn't change the address. Okay. Okay. All right. But the assignment changes the address. Okay. Or does it change the pointer? It changes the pointer, doesn't? Wait. Hold on. BRB again. Okay. Well, let me look up. The value of the pointer is the address. Oh. So if the pointer changes, well, so you're saying if the value changes, then that's the pointer changing? Let's just think about this for a second. Okay. Oof. Pointers are nothing more than variables which hold memory addresses. Okay. Long. Oh my God, that thing is back. That did scare me. I hate that thing. That was terrifying. It wasn't fun. That was not fun. I did not enjoy it. I don't think this is pointers and is this pointers and addresses too? Yeah, for real, Paradam. For real. It's terrifying. Not fun. And it's still dark in here for some reason. My lights are like out now. So that's not okay. All right, I'll reference first value. Is that difference? Oh, okay. In JavaScript. Oh, wrong way. Literal. Okay. You can pass in two different ways, a value and a reference. The main difference is between the two is that passing by a value happens when assigning primitives while passing by a reference. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So like a string or a number or whatever that's primitive, if you pass an object, then that's a reference. Can't be certain pizza isn't giving you fake news. That's true, but Pizza Force hangs out, so I can look at pointers and addresses too, but they feel the same. So if you have a primitive and reassign it, the reference changes. My lights are messed up now. If you have an object and you modify it, the reference stays the same, but value changes. Okay. And that's the same as a pointer and an address. Yeah, okay, that's fine. I think Pizza Force is writing me a small tutorial. Svelte needs the reference to change to detect a change. Okay. Yep, I got it. Yep. Array function object. Objects, primitives. This makes sense. And when an array changes, hold on, let me think about this. Yeah, the memory address of an array won't change if you push to it or pop. Right. You can guarantee that the array's location in memory is always the same, at least where it started in memory. Okay, that absolutely makes sense. That's fine, Josh. So, but then when you reassign a primitive, when you reassign a pointer, it changes. And so if you reassign a change to an array, it will change its address. It will change. Is that true? Primitives don't have memory addresses, okay. Only variables do, loosely speaking. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay. Seems quite inefficient to do a reassignment every time. I'd assume you'd still want to push, etc., in cases where you don't need the reaccess. Absolutely. Exactly. I mean, that's what I think that makes sense. Like, if you don't need anything to happen and you're just storing like a data for a post, you know, then it should be fine. Then you do like a batch push, yeah. Josh, how true is that? Neo-Socratic has a point. Josh, how do you feel? Neo-Socratic feels confident in your knowledge. For objects that you need to use the equal sign, keep in mind that if you assign an existing object, you're just changing the reference, not creating a new reference. Okay. And that's because the memory that's allocated to it is the same, right? It's just has a new spot in memory to hang out because it's like no longer, I mean, hold on. That's not true. It's the same spot. It's the same spot in long. All right, cool. I get it. All right, let's walk through this really quickly because I think I understand. Hey, Sloppy, did you see the scary thing? It scared me. I hated it. Thanks for that. Numbers at push, numbers length plus 1. Assign. Numbers equals numbers. So here is where we are changing the reference, changing the address. Okay, let's just write a second function. So numbers equal. Now this, I'm not supposed to put dot, dot, dot numbers, right? I put, oh, wow. Okay, no, I do. And it refers to the original array. Whew. Okay. All right. I think I have to think about how to, I mean, I'm sure these patterns are out there. I just would have to think about them to use them. Numbers equals numbers dot push should also work, right? Yes, but only if, yeah, it's push doesn't return the array. Oh, so it doesn't change it, or it doesn't change the address. Okay. Okay. The push method adds an element to the end of the array. And whoa. And returns the new length of the array? Oh, well then. It doesn't return an array, it returns the length of the array. Count 4. Okay. So it would reassign it, but it wouldn't do what you want. The same Python. Did I say Python? Oh, did you tell me to sit up? Good heavens. It's a cozy stream. I always assume those sort of functions return the mutated object. Nice. Great emo. That would be a good emote for the jelly. Like a hurt. Cozy on an airplane, yeah. See? No, but returning the actual object seems Pythonic. Yeah, it does. That does sound right. It's also PHP-ic, depending. Yeah, that's true. Wait. Python's list.append doesn't return. Yeah, I guess I don't really like, I always return the list after I append it. So I don't think about like, I don't think about it. Josh is like, I'm tired of this. Let's get back to the tutorial. Cool, Pizza Force. I feel like this does need some typing. Where's the typing go, Josh? Okay. The chaining things, yeah. Why Pizza Force? Why? I don't even know how to use this. Compilation failed. Integer main void. Integer asterisk p equals and 5. Return 0. I can't even understand this. Uh, oh, okay, good. I don't understand this. It's all good. I don't know. I'm like very confused. Bubbles. Bubbles! Thank you for the bubbles, whoever. Hey, Cal Maddie. All right. Svelte is okay. Like I'm good. I'm gonna learn Svelte. Next.js is objectively better. It's a quicker learning curve, better dev experience, easier to deploy. Well, I'm not doing SvelteKit. I'm not doing SvelteKit. I'm just doing front end Svelte. And it seems pretty easygoing. Chill. So honestly, I just need to learn something with some components, Pizza Force, and then I can expand from there. But starting with something, and this is very, very close to what I've already learned. Like it's already kind of building it for me. I'm learning about Svelte a little bit. A little bit. So that's it. And Svelte is templatey. Yeah. And I don't love templatey. Django, also templatey. Don't love it. But Svelte is not as bad as Vue, I don't think. Point redeem to derail stream with new framework language. Price it whatever we I think that's a good idea, non-essential fish. Yeah. Well, Pizza Force, I think that I eventually want to learn Rust and TypeScript and Haskell. But right now I got to stick to what I can see and is accessible to me. And this is very accessible. So at least right now, I don't know. I'm on tutorial 4, so I can't really say right now. But I don't know. It seems good. That's what I'm saying, Josh. Like once you know one, you kind of know them all. And I need to just know one. I need to just know one. Like that is very important for me to grasp and understand one. Such a not Chrissy thing to say, but absolutely. Okay. Assignments to properties of arrays work the same way as assignments to the values themselves. What the actual hell is this saying? Okay, so this object.foo, oh, this is an assignment. Okay. This is a property. Foo is a property. You add one. Or array, the ith element of array equals x. It works the same way as assignments to the values themselves. Perfect, fine. Of course. Add number. Oh my God, they have you do a million different add number functions. Why? I don't know why you would continue to change. I don't think this helps me learn when you continue to change. Like I want to see them separately, you know? Add number to property. That's kind of a bad name, but I'll admit it and take it. So numbers. So numbers dot length. So this makes it longer, which is what we're doing. The entire time, really. Okay. Add simple rule of thumb, a simple rule of thumb. The name of the updated variable must appear on the left-hand side of the assignment. For example, this constant foo equals object.foo, foo.bar equals baz. Won't trigger our reactivity on object foo.bar unless you follow it up with object equals object. Right, it'll trigger reactivity on foo.bar though, but it won't trigger reactivity on object.foo.bar because the reference isn't changing. Whew. Once you know when, how is my day? Ishan, thank you for asking. My day, it's midnight, so it's tomorrow. My day is okay, I think. I would say on a scale from 1 to 10, it's an 8 because I had uninterrupted coding today. That's all I did. But I worked on 2 problems that were really embarrassing and should have been done faster. So an 8 or a 7.5. But now it's good. A whole 2 minutes of this day. Yeah, this day is wonderful. The first 3 minutes of this day is wonderful. Thank you for asking, Ishan. How was your day? How are you doing today? Props. Okay, so this is cranky at me because I added a period. All right, now let's call this as any of them. Let's do add number to property. All right. So the fourth element is equal to 5, and we're going to, on an action, sum numbers and reduce t plus n. This is a function call t and n into t plus. This is very functional. It's pretty interesting. I don't like that. Is it skipping? No, it's just the music. Changing. Ishan, you didn't tell me how your day was. Was it happy? Good, I'm glad. Thank you for letting me know. Numbers joined by a plus equals sum. Executed, unclick add number to property. That's really fun. I love coding. Okay. Hey, Funky Waddle. Nice, hey. Nice little penguin. Yeah, the last Friday of 2022. Thanks for the 2 months, Ishan. I'm gonna do it one more time. How about this one? That was more for me than it was for you. Jelly hands. Thanks, Isha. You rock. I'm glad you've been hanging around for 2 months. Thank you so much. Okay, next. Props. So fart. We've dealt exclusively with an internal state. That is to say, the values are only accessible when within a given component. Okay, if I read like that, I don't understand it. Internal state. Only accessible within a given component, but now we're going to pass components. Yes. This is when I start to pay attention. In any real application, you'll need to pass data from one component down to its children. To do that, we need to declare properties, generally shortened to props. Why? In Svelte, we do that with export. I have a question. Other than the creators of these frameworks in languages, does anybody care if we shorten properties to props? Anybody at all? A bit scuffed? Oh, did it? I didn't even look. I didn't pay attention. So sum update itself without any states. I'm React. Works like Angular. Boy, Svelte. We are talking. Sum updates itself without any states. Got to give props to the creators of these frameworks. Absolutely. Got to give them props. Yeah. We should go back and check. Non-essential fish, was it broken? Aw, man, it took all my stuff away. Seven, 8, 9, 10, 15. That's fine. What are you doing? What do you mean? What do you mean? It's fine. Devs like to abbreviate everything. That's so funny. I feel like I don't know. The devs that I know like to be very specific with names, and they can be 20 characters long for no reason, but it's just because you're like, nope, this is what it does, and we're gonna say what it does because otherwise our code will be confusing. Non-essential fish. I'm with you. I don't know abbreviating square brackets though. I'm not. You mean like I do this in PHP, so I don't like that. I do that. Flutter components and props are super long like that. I'm glad there's autocomplete. Yeah, amen to that. Okay, so now we share components. We share data via components with the component's children. So this is where we might have an asynchronous API passing data to a select component that populates options, right? That makes sense? Parens, curly, square brackets. I just didn't know you, like, I didn't know you could abbreviate those. They're like this big. How do you make that smaller? I don't know what you mean. I'm not sure I understand. Like curly braces. That's terrifying. Let's see if we do square. I mean the actual. Oh, I'm like, I don't get it. I need to have long variable names. Yes, I agree, Ishan. Same, Osus. Thank you. Yes, parens, curlies, braces. Oh yeah, no. I guess I do say curly braces. I don't say curly brackets. Or I say Alfred Hitchcock's because that's the official term. I do have a heater in my room. Do you want me to take my hat off? Is that what you're saying? Are you not enjoying my hat, Pizza Force? It's because my hair is terrible. Would you like to see? Look at that. It's like a mess. No me gusta. No me gusta. Yeah. Well, we all have our days. Some days you don't feel like I'm gonna wear my hat, okay? Okay. 42, look at this. I like the way my eyes look there. Could gaze into those spooky eyes forever, like ring eyes. Okay. Did anybody get the song that I quoted? Non-essential fish, you said you got it. Let's make music together. Next time I'll try to do something with a something. I gotta change the music. I'm sorry, everybody. Okay. Nice. She's wearing the hat because her ears are dirty, not her hair. It's not a Disney movie. They also sing. Oh my gosh, I can't remember any of the songs. Welcome to doing whatever you wish, eating whatever you please. That one's a little harder. That's a little harder of a reference. All right, so script, export, let answer. All right, script, import nested from nested svelte. So far we've dealt exclusively, so edit the nested svelte component. What the hell? Export, let answer? Am I just, hold on, what? Go to app. Edit the nested svelte component. I do not like this. So this is nested in app.svelte, nested component, as they say. Import nested from .nested.svelte. Raids, coding vibe. Hey. How are you doing, my friend? I feel like I'm bummed that I missed your stream. Can I take, does anybody, I'm going to take a coding moment and I'm going to check out. You got any good clips from your stream, Coding Vibe? Bye. Okay, Josh. Thank you for hanging out. This has been fun and I appreciate the tutorial. But you have a wonderful night and a fantastic tea. Oh, shakaroni. Let's make music together. Not scary the second time. It terrified me the first time, though. Terrified me. Plus, I got a cat on my lap. I try to be a little calmer. Ooh, good one. Thanks, Coding Vibe. Mmm. Oh no! You're tearing me apart, Lisa. That was amazing. I want to have that clip on my on my Twitch. That's amazing. Betray me. Pizza Force, do you mean Tommy Wiseau, or are you talking about Coding Vibe? Coding Vibe, I think he's talking about Tommy Wiseau. Think you're okay. All right, so this is weird as hell. Oh, hi. But here's where I understand why this makes sense. Because now we can make this nested component a child to many other components as long as we give it answer. but this is fine. This is just like passing variables to like via PHP, like from PHP to HTML. This is not different. I mean, it's slightly different, but it's not really different, let's be honest. But it doesn't run specifically for that HTML. You can use this over and over again. You can say, hey, I'm going to use nested Ulysses. Yeah. That guy was you coding vibe? Sorry, I was eating pizza. Your wife loves you, I'm sure. Oh no. Absolutely. Yeah. Loves you enough to make great content. Nice old sloppy. Okay, all right. Hold up. I think this is where components really shine. So I'm like this a lot. No, it doesn't feel weird because what I'm understanding is you write the script and you just always say export in here. And then when you use it as a child component, when you reuse it, because let's do that for things that repeat, not all the time, but let's do it, then you can pass it. What I want to know is if I have a page, I guess if I have a page that looks totally different, I'm probably going to pass or just repeat the component because I'm not going to pass CSS to this. Maybe there's more about that. All right, just like this thingy here, it may feel weird. That's not how export normally works in JavaScript modules. Yeah, fine. Oh, it is weird. Yeah, it's not import, it's export. Export the declaration of answer to here. And then assign it. And then pop it out. I think this makes sense. No, I don't know. I don't know, fish. I don't know. I believe the export would be to use the answer in other places. Yeah. So like you could say, so we could say like count equals 42 and just put count here. And that should still, oh, why are you mad at me? What, did that not work? Hold on. Is that because I need this to be, what does this have to be? Am I already not doing what I need to do? I guess we have to put it in the script. So we have to do let count equal 42. And then this is count. Will that work? Why doesn't this work? Crap. Because it says count BT. Thanks. Thanks, Ravend, UWU. Thank you. Wait, if nested component, why we import nested in nested itself? Because then you can use it anywhere. So then I can pull out, like, let's pull out another. Can I not? Darn it. I just want to add a file. Okay, so we could add another file here and say, like, and not just app can use it, but also, like, let's say we have a calculator and we say, like, make sure you add it to the calculator, and it will add it to the calculator. So we say calculator.svelte, and then we nest calculator in there, but answer in that case equals something else, equals 7. I wonder why it needs to be executed here. Like, why Is this not? Oh, it is. Oh, what? Oh, what? What is the difference? Why did we do that? Why does it matter? Red is open file, yeah. So why? I mean, this is just because this is primitive. So it doesn't care. I guess if it was, it's fine. Because I added the count? Because I did it. I did this. I think I added count. Maybe? Hold on. No. Why? Yeah, Ishan, but it's this, the answer is. Can we buy you a Mac, please? This isn't even, this is just pizza. Yes, of course, you can always buy me stuff. And wait, what? Like, I'm on Chrome. Do you want me to get off Chrome? I'll use Firefox. Okay. I don't know what this is. I don't know why it matters. I think probably because they're like, let's just not. Yeah, it's Chrome. You don't, yes, absolutely. You can always buy me a Mac. I have an iPhone, but my home screen is filled with Google apps. Yeah. I had Kindle for a while. It was unlocked. Love me some good Google apps. Default variables. Okay. We can easily specify default variables for properties in Nest. Oh, yeah, no, that makes sense. So you just say answer equals. Fuck off. Let's do it with a C. And now we'll do a. So if we don't pass, what if we don't pass anything? Nothing happens because we didn't put export. No, we did. Why isn't this working? Thank you. Okay. Spread props. Man, did Gen Z spelt? I'm sorry. No, I'm not ageist. I love you guys. No, I think it worked. It worked fine. It was just that I didn't add quotes. Over here. Spread props. Have you tried turning it off and on again? I have many times. Okay. If you have an object of properties, you can spread them. Spread. Console might tell you that it doesn't like the quotes though. You want me to look at it? You want me to do it? Console will tell me. Can't even open a console. I don't think it cares. I can't use it anymore. Why is it cranky at me? I can't delete anything. Did my keyboard die? Did my keyboard just die? I think my keyboard died, everybody. Might be the end of it. Oh yeah, keyboard be dead. Sorry. We can make it work. Red is opened file. How dumb was I? No, I get it. I don't think that's logical. Rip keyboard. I zinged the zoomers. Zing. Zing. Okay, but still I can't use my keyboard. Hold on, this is a problem. What's going on? Why is my keyboard broken? Oh, it's dying. Look at this. Ready? Whoop, whoop, whoop. I don't know. I guess I don't charge it enough. Feels neglected. All right, on screen it is, y'all. Oh, no. Now it's working? Okay, hold on. It's not, it's here. It's here. I don't know what happened. Is this a Windows thing where stuff doesn't work sometimes? No, my keyboard is Bluetooth. Yeah, I think the console did something. If we get you a MacBook, then you won't even need a keyboard. Pizza Force. Like, it's nice to hear, but like, I'm not gonna call your bluff. But thank you for thinking of me. All right, let's spread some props, everybody. If you have an object of properties, you can spread them into a component instead of specifying each one. Right. Like, oh, this seems very straightforward. So basically, the Svelte package is blazing fast. Download version 3 from NPM and learn more here. Okay. Conversely, if you need to reference all the props that were passed into a component, including the ones that weren't declared with export, you can do so by accessing props directly. It's not generally recommended, probably because there are private properties. Private properties. Oh, got my point? No, earlier, I thought, why we import nested and nested itself and how is it working? Okay, Loki, hold on. Oh, I see. You understood. You're just saying, like, because the red file is the one that's open, right? Is that what you're saying? Can't spread those private props. Get off my private property. Angry old man. All right. If you have an object of properties, you can spread them into the component instead of specifying each one. So you're going to declare package. That seems obvious. Oh, package info. So do we spread this or do we spread this? The properties are both of them? What the fro? Export, let name, version. Okay, these are the properties. Isn't that weird when it does that? All right. And these are the initial values. So you export them separately or you export the package? Oh, not here. Oh my God. Okay. Yeah. Shy. Hold on. Okay. So we're in package. We export. No, I'm messed up. This is what contains the package. No. Svelte is also a flower. Lower one. Thank you, Kitachi. Hold on a minute. My brain, Loki, is this the problem you were having? Like your brain is like bending because you're like, wait, which one are we exporting out of? I think when you build them the first time, you're like, oh, I export out of this one. This one. This is the one where they're exported from. But then when you call it here, you say, okay, export these things so that I can use them in here. Oh man, I am not following. Hold on a minute. Wrong. Incorrect. Go the other way. This is package. I'm telling it to place the package into package info. These are the things. Why are you pissed at my token? Is it here? Did I mess it up here? What are you mad about? Okay. Okay, got it. Yo, even I admit Svelte is confusing. Pizza Force, I think you were adamantly saying Svelte is confusing. I'm not sure you were admitting it. I think you were like, Svelte is confusing. Yeah, I get it though. Blind Pog, hello, how are you? Too many dots. She's going dot crazy, everybody. All right. Blind Pog, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Hello, how are you? Care to share how your day is going? All right. So, this makes sense. What was it before? Bunch of listed stuff that treated it more like a dictionary. Ah, okay. Logic. HTML doesn't have a way of expressing logic like conditionals and loops, blah, blah, blah. Svelte does. Great, I would hope so. To conditionally render some markup, we wrap it in an if block. An if block. This is just like Blade. This is so much like Blade. I think name version are attributes, just like alt and source in HTML. Ah. They're not properties? I think they're properties. Oh, like Blade, like Jinja? You have my full attention because I said Blade, or did you finish some work, Wolf? Trying to figure out some Svelte so that I can have better front ends. Way too late. Oh, so export turns the variable into a file parameter. Maybe. Good. Well, welcome, Wolf. How is my favorite white wolf? Oh, call me the Redis master moving forward. All right, sounds good. My employer can thank me later. All right, that sounds good. Just because your name is white. Winter Wolf. That's what I'll call you, Winter Wolf. Good evening, Mr. Master Redis. I mean custom attributes, so we can't use with Eesh. Let's think about that for a second, Loki. So you're saying that these are custom attributes? Or these are custom attributes? Which one, these or these? That will clarify it for me. Just tell me which these you're talking about. Josh, what have you done? Amen, yeah. Redis? Really? It's not redistribution? Red distribution? D's or D's? These D's. Those D's. Those D's, not this D's. Dis. Red dis. See your problem? Which I selected. This is attributes. Being all logical about it. Gotta embrace the chaos. I don't know. I don't know. 1D. That's okay. All right, let's get out of here. Oh, Pylang Wolf. Thank you. I'm so happy to have Pylang in the smack. I know. Pylang, welcome. So happy. Y'all rock. Y'all are rocking tonight. The best. Love you guys. All right. All right, this is all Blady. Where's the button? Button, who's got the button? Anybody? Come on. If the user is logged in, then toggle the log out button and stop if. Who's lurking? Oh, Worf, okay. Happy lurking. This is cool. I like this. So this basically interrupts the code with some. So is this basically interrupting with JavaScript? What is this interrupting with? Svelte? What is this? It seems like JavaScript. Looks like JavaScript. Appears to be JavaScript to me. And appears to be JavaScript. Kflex, thank you for the follow. Great name. Kflex. Wolf out here doing good, and then lurking. Quiet. Gonna play Madden. Okay, sounds good. Bye, Vimic. Have a good night. Thank you. Twerk. All right. Try it. Update the component and click on buttons. Okay, it's fascinating. It's just if statements. And these are probably JavaScript. Svelte script? Is that like different? Look at the template. Yeah. Pizza Force, I kind of agree with you. I don't like curly brackets. But I mean, they're in Blade all the time. At least it's like, I really like me some good. Ooh, what's this? Tagora! What is up? Thank you. Everybody else is hating on my hat. I kind of like beanie wearing, although my hair is terrible. So that's part of it. Beanie wearing. Thank you for saying nice hat. I wish I could say nice hat to you. I popped in your stream. I think, was it today? I don't know what day it was. Felt like today. And I was so scared to say hi. Okay, non-essential fish. Thank you for not hating on my hat. I was so scared to say hi. I was like, I don't know. I'm never scared to say hello. And I was just like, I don't know. I don't want to interrupt him. You were so focused. And I was like, I can't talk. I can't interrupt. Also, I was going to improv. So I like didn't want to chat and then leave too. Interrupt me for sure. All right. All right. I don't want to be, I never want to be the person who's like, hey, I'm here for a sec, and then I'm going to go do improv. I don't want to interrupt him. That's exactly how it goes, Pilot. I record it. I record it on my phone so I can send it to him later. Anyway, I'll definitely interrupt you next time. I just was like, you're so focused. Okay, so then yes, I agree with Pizza Force. I don't like curly braces, brackets. It was hilarious. It was trying to crack a password and decided to switch over to my Windows machine with the beefy GPO. Then I crashed my stream. Do you have a clip? Can I see a clip? If you have a clip, post. Else blocks. Why? I don't care. This is just telling me, hey, put your if statements in. You're right. A little bit. This is. It's like, okay, when you start a statement, make sure that it has this little tic-tac-toe thing, hashtag. What is it? It's not ampersand. What is it called? Pound sign. What are they called? I don't remember. I learned an important lesson about why I do all my hacking from a separate bare metal KVM. Oh. So you crashed your stream because did you break your computer because you hacked stuff? Pound hash. Yeah, but then why this? Yeah. Well, it's like, keep going. Also, maybe this thing activates stuff, because that's what you put before the, you do like a $ and then the 2 dots. So maybe the 2 dots is like, if this changes, like if else, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. Tic-tac-toe thingy. Yeah, I don't know. Pound, it's called something else, not an ampersand. Hash, pound, fence looking thing. I don't know. I swear to God, I have brains in here. Ishan, thanks for the gifted sub again. You rock. Octothorpe. Now, Octothorpe, I have to look up Octothorpe. Is that like someone who likes to learn or someone who's afraid of octopuses? Oh, it's called an Octothorpe. Wait, what's going on, Jasmine? I don't know what she's doing, but she's like, what are you doing? What's going on here? Are you going to get down? Weird cat. It's an Octothorpe. Thank you very much. Thank you for that. She's like sticking her butt in my face for no reason. All right, we're almost done. I'm not going to do this. Like, this is not telling me any information. This just says Octothorpe if statement, this thing that says activate me, and then close the if. This fence doesn't like octopuses. Wish gifted subs were tax deductible. Oh yeah, right? That'd be so cool. Ishan, maybe Ishan knows something that we don't know. I think the colon serves to distinguish it from a regular variable and make it obvious that it's a keyword. Like to inject regular variables, you could type count. So yeah, so that like in PHP, you do one of these and then you do, and that's fine. But you don't have to do this in a blade file. This seems like a little extra, but whatever. But why not Octothorpe else? I think because it's too much to say. Someone was like, okay, we hired this for accessibility. We hired someone to read for accessibility, and they said, curly brackets, Octothorpe if user or space user dot logged in, closed curly bracket, open, I don't even know, open left arrow button on colon click equal curly bracket toggle, close curly bracket, close arrow, log out. Nobody likes C#. I love like Pizza Force over here, like hating on all the like Pizza Force. Can you just make a list of all of the languages and frameworks you don't like, so that we can like make sure that we can refer to it later. Yeah, I think so. Katachi. Katachi? Katachi? Is that okay the way I'm saying it? My nose is itchy. Always. Always with the itchy nose. Oh my God, look. Always in block opening, block closing indicates a block continuation tag. Did anybody read this? It says right here. Why are we debating this? Each blocks. So, multiple conditions can be chained together with else if. Like, this is fine. It's fine. I don't need to learn this stuff. This is the stuff that's like, okay, yes, I see. Start, finish. It's very simple. Thank you. I liked the assignment stuff was really important. This is, hey, well, this is better than a for loop, I guess. Each versus for loops is important. But I don't need to copy this. This is why I can't get through tutorials. I'm like, are you kidding me? This is terrible. I can't just do this over and over again. It's the same stuff. Give me something interesting. All right. Unordered list. Each cat is cats. Ooh, though, this is a component that I'm interested in because we have to use it. The expression cats in this case can be an array or an array-like object. Ooh, something that has a length property. So it doesn't have to be an array. Cool. You can loop over generic iterables with each ... iterable. All right. I think maybe it's probably a good idea for me to write this down. You can get the current index as a second argument. Look, y'all, that's cool. All right, that's super handy. This is super handy. I started that Octothorpe syntax is backwards of every for loop I've seen. Each cat's as cat? Really? That's what I'm used to. You mean like for cat as cats? No, that doesn't make sense to me. What do you mean? Give me an example. For cat is cats. For cat in cats. Oh yeah, that makes sense. I'm used to this. Yeah, for cat and cats. Python would be for cat and cats, you're right. This is PHP. This is PHP like this is... I don't know what Jinja does, to be honest. But I just wrote a for statement like this today, so it's whatever. You can get the current... I love this. This is cool. This is cool. Getting the current index as a second argument is very cool. Watch a cat video. If you prefer, you can use destructuring each cat's as ID name and replace cat.id and cat name with ID and name. What? Oh my god, I don't know what this says. Oh! Okay, oh, ID name. Okay, I see. Open each block. I'm just gonna do this because it's not always. Sometimes it's good to do it. Each cat's... Sorry, I can't help it. But there are no cats in America. And the streets are filled with cheese. But there are no cats in America. Keyboard cat. So if I want to do... that's what I was thinking of doing anyway. I plus 1. I for 1. Yeah, why would we do this though? We just want friggin' ordered list. Silly old bear. Why would you do that the hard way? Come on, let's be real. Oh, it is cool, but like what? Yeah. I and cat. But it's because it has... No, it's because it's the index. This index. Cat name, cat ID. But there are no cats in America. And the streets are filled with cheese. Keyed each blocks. I'm gonna see how long this is. Almost there. No, part 1 is not almost done. We have events, bindings, lifecycle, and stores. Let's take a look. Bindings, lifecycle, and stores. All right, let's finish logic and go to bed. So by default, when you modify the value of an each block, it will add and remove items at the end of the block and update any values that have changed. Okay. Katachi, thank you for the follow. Did you say... I didn't say that. I didn't see you specify how to pronounce your name, but you don't have to if you don't want. Okay, so it will add and remove items at the end of the block. That makes sense. And update any values that have changed. That might not be what you want. It might not be what you want. It's easier to show why than to explain. Oh. Well, then you don't know what's happening if you can't explain it, Svelte tutorial. Click the remove first thing button. Okay? A few times. Okay? And notice what happens. It removes the first thing. The first thing. Apple, banana, carrot, donut, egg. Apple, banana, carrot, donut, egg. But the last DOM node, Oracle Freeter. Thank you, Wolf. Did you read Discord? Sounds good. Thank you. I will doodle it. No? What then what? Oh, it's on my stream info. I gotcha. All right. Night Papa Pizza. I don't get on the disk of the Ord. It's an empty void without techie. Fair point. You can pronounce it like Kaitachi. Kaitachi? Don't know if that would sound okay. Kaitachi? Is that right? I just want to make sure I say it right. So it removes the first thing. So the apple, carrot, and banana were removed. But the last document object module node. How do we know that? Alan! Hey! All right, have a good night, Wolf. I'm gonna retire too soon. You mean you might retire like for work? Because that's a good idea as well. Kaitachi? Good. Fairly good is all I can do. I'll try to get better at it. Yeah, you should absolutely retire. Might have already retired. I'm not sure. Yeah, for reals. So what is happening? Oh, this is the, I see. Okay. So the name is updated whenever the prop value changes. Export let name. But the emoji variable is fixed upon initialization of the component. So initialization of component, the index of the apple is 1. Emoji's name. Got it. Export let name constant. Emoji equals emoji's name. So it initiates it. And then the emoji is for name is emoji. Boy, this is like one of those things that totally ruins a framework. ID 1, name apple. So when it's exported, apple is 1 and stays 1. So it's removing the first thing from the component, which is this thing. No, which is this, right? No. Fuck. I gotta think about this. Import thing from thing that's spelled. Let things equal all these things. Slice things. Oh, look, here's where okay, but this is reactive and this is a things dot slice, so slice must return an array. remove first thing. Each thing's as thing. Okay, so you go thing name equals thing name. Name equals thing name. So each thing is thing. So ID 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It seems to be. You mean it's not? On click, handle click. All right. I can think of slice as in slice in Python, but push is different because it returns the length of the array, not the array itself. So I wanted to make sure that things slice does this returns the array, the rest of the array. On click is an event on the button press. All right. On click is an event on the button press, right? So it handles the event. Oh, so I see we're not needing a reactive, that's what you're saying, is we don't need it to be reactive on change. We have a event handler. Okay. Thank you, non-essential fish. Is this a Fruit Ninja app? I wish. Hold on. So it slices it and it removes this, right? It removes ID1 and the name Apple. It removes the first thing, but banana then becomes apple because it is the emoji for oh my god, okay. Oh my god. I agree, Wolf. I agree. I don't think you should be sorry. Messy syntax is just, it's hard. It's hard to deal with. So okay. I'm going to refresh this because my brain is breaking. This is probably the last thing I can do for the night. We have, I won't slouch. I just want to be cozy. Okay. So we have, when you modify the value of an each block, it will add and remove items at the end of the block and update any values that have changed. That might not be what you want, okay? Right? So the each block that they're talking about right now is not here. It's over here. Each thing is thing. Thing name equals thing name. Each, fine. So we're going, I see. So this is saying when we pull this apart, the first thing, apple, banana, thing not named, banana, is going to go in here. When it comes in here, the emoji for banana is the first item in apple. Because it's fixed. Because you're not, hold on. Constant, no. This isn't, no, this isn't. I know, right? Thing is a neat name. But when I said name a thing what it is. Yeah, for real. Fruit, edible, food, food. Um Export let name. Fine. Export let name. Okay, so this is saying define name somewhere else. Yeah, I mean, of course this is gonna happen. I guess I want a real example of this, not like fruits and veggies and eggs and donuts. Like where am I gonna see this in the world? I am not likely going to be matching emojis to their names using a child component. That doesn't seem smart to me. I have nothing against eggs. I love eggs piling. When you want to remove something from a list, when I want to remove something from a list, like let's say we've got like a soccer team and we're allocating people to the soccer team or hockey team or whatever, right? And we've got, okay, we have team 1 is a parent component. No. No. Let's say we're assigning jerseys to them. Because that's a more practical example. It is, actually. You know what? Okay, so we've got a list of jerseys. This person has an apple jersey. This person has a banana jersey, a carrot jersey, donut jersey, egg jersey. That makes sense to me. Team 2 or the banana. Thank you, Piling. We're on the same page. Yeah. All right. And how about them apples? Did you see them apples last night?
Did you see that ludicrous display last night?
Okay. Apples. 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 Okay. So, then we've got some people. Betty and George. Master Mindio, thank you for the follow. Betty, George, Owen, Alan, and Fish. Kaitachi. Gotta make it relevant. It does seem like a frigging tough concept. And I really think what they're saying is they're saying when you key your each blocks and you're using each blocks in a component, you have to recognize that the each block, the splice, anything you do to the array is going to change the array before it goes into the component, duh. And the component items are fixed, duh. Although, like, this wouldn't be written this way. You would say, oh, feed me the names, then look them up in a friggin' dictionary or array or something. Like, this, you would do a search or array search or something. Like, why? So the emoji for Betty is undefined. Oh, it is. Oh my god. So this is still apple. No, so this is still banana. This is still, I don't know. Apple, banana. It's not a donut. Egg and donut and carrot. Carrot, donut. Who spells donut like that? And egg. Okay, so we have to use these stupid whatever. Because it is looking it up. So now I'm very stumped. Yeah, for real. Yeah, for real, Kate Kaitachi. This seems like, why did you do this? Kaitachi is tangerine. Good night, Cotter. Have a wonderful evening. Oh my goodness. Do we moderate Stefan? I don't know why the click is there. Making an HTTP request to an external API work. The API is slower than hell, takes 1 minute per record, and there are over 10,000 records. It's going in the bin. You can assign the emojis on thing file. Yeah, but then what's the point? There's not really a point. I know what you're saying. I was gonna, like, if I just add Betty. Hold on. Any lurkers want to be on here? Fish. Ringo. Are you telling me your real name, Piling? Are you Ringo Starr? It's very nice to meet you, sir. What am I missing? I know I had one of y'all. Who's that wolf? Ow! I am a banana. I'm feeling fat and sassy. I don't know, but I be like, every single quote tonight is from the 90s. All the letters are silent. All the letters are silent. We silenced them. The letters have no say. Silence the letters. And did we need to do this? No, but I don't fucking understand what they're doing here. Or why they didn't fix this. This is stupid. Who's the last? Wolf. Oh. ASMR all of a sudden. All of a sudden. Brave Traveler, I'm learning about Svelte. In essence, I'm learning about every JavaScript framework, but in a confusing way. It's not Silang. No, it's Piling. Open Gangnam Style. Okay. So the next thing that we have to do, that's better. I like that better. Okay. So now everybody's got their apple assigned. So the name is, so if we had a list that was bigger, say, right here, and we just added more IDs, like we added a Chrissy, say, right? Let's add a Chrissy. This isn't gonna work because it's cranky now. It's like mad at me because it doesn't have a thing to handle, which is irritating. It should have like an if else null or something, but it's fine. Okay. Takes index and page side, but just as slow. What is going on? I'm doing ASMR now. I know, Alan, I should probably just go vanilla. I assigned your apple. I'm sorry, fish. You got a donut instead. Really? Only if it's a good thing, Alan. No, I don't want to do ASMR. I'm just teasing. Why am I an egg? No, I don't think so, Piling. Can you be something else? Yes. You get to be an egg or nothing. Okay. Okay. So, oh my goodness. Yes. Can I be an Easter egg? All right. All right, people. Of course you can be an Easter egg on your own time. I'm just trying to understand what's happening here. So all it's saying is that when I slice this, oh. So can I just do this? Like, maybe I just do this. Right? Like, why not? Oh, that doesn't work. It hates it. Okay, but that would be my solution, right? Black hole videos. That's cool. Why not indeed? I didn't know eggs were private property. Wolf didn't want an egg. What am I gonna do? I can double the apple. I don't know where these emojis come from. Could make it a jelly lol. I don't think it'll work. What character is this? Interesting. Emojipedia. Oh, look at that. Cactus? How about cactus? How do I get it? Apple. Well, that's confusing. Why does that say apple? Why is this? That's not an apple, it's a cactus. Something. I know, Wolf. I get it. No. I understood the new list from Apple. I was just teasing. That's how cactus looks on Apple devices. That makes no sense. Apple device? The hell? I was joking. 100% joking. 100%. Okay. Okay, so it's mad at me about that. Bye. Good night. I know, I'm going to bed soon. All right, forget it. So what happens is this gets cut and it has already run, I guess. So the component has filled it up, I suppose. And then, get it? Cactus Jack? Hit the road, Jack. Yeah, you're a carrot, Alan. Because you're high quality. And you're a wholly a diamond in the rough. You can use any object as the key. Oh my God. Each thing's as thing. Are you kidding me? Thing ID. Okay, so all they were doing was counting the indices or something. So it was saying, go to the first one and do this action on it. And now they're just saying, use the ID. I feel like this is just like, press the button once. Well, Piling's a banana. I am a banana. Which is correct. Piling is a banana. I feel like that's true, but it's like I think what's happening is it's saying, yo, when you like walk through this, I don't look this information up on my own. As a matter of fact, I think that if you were to change the order of these, I'm not even sure it would work in the other instance. Yeah. Like if I take this out, I mean, I think this is saying something so weirdly. Oh no, it still is. It still is, I guess. So it's walking through them, looking for the name, but it doesn't update. Or something. I don't know. I'm not really sure what's happening here. I think it's just not updating because it's not like reassigned or anything. But that's not what's happening. Ugh. I don't know what's wrong. It seems like a bug. Yeah, I think you're right, Kaitachi. I think that's what I have to deal with. Like, why did you tell me this? Leave me alone. Waste of my time. Await blocks. These are asyncs? Cool. This is what I would like. Some await blocks, some asyncs, some API.
API.
Right. Only the most recent promise is considered, meaning you don't need to worry about race conditions. Well, I don't worry about race conditions either. Anyway, I'm not sure. I don't understand. If you know that your promise can't reject, you can omit the catch block. Fucking catch block. Most web applications have to deal with asynchronous data at some point. Svelte makes it easy to await value of promises directly in your markup. Await promise, waiting, then number. The number is number. Catch error. Okay. If you know that your promise can't reject, you can omit the catch block. Okay. You can also omit the first block if you don't want to show anything until the promise resolves. This one, that makes sense. I have to actually build this, okay. All right, let's just write this to check out what they mean by the first await block. So this is a starting statement. It's an await. We await a promise. We return the promise? Well, that doesn't make sense. I think I have to put the whole friggin' block in here, don't I? Then number. Get random number. Promise equals get random number. Function handle click. Promise get random number. Await promise. Oh. What? Race as an order, not ethnicity. Yeah. No, hack APIs. I am happy, Biling. I'm learning stuff. Your block was left open. Await promise. Waiting. Then number. I don't. This isn't right. Oh, await promise, then number. Nameber. I used to always type Nameber. Awote. I like to wait. Yeah, that makes sense. That is some slow async. Whoa. Getting one number. Thank you, Alan. That would be fantastic. Is that you, Magic Coding Beanie? Why, yes, Middle Geek. It is me. It is I, Magic Coding Beanie. What do you wish for me to code today? I don't know why I'm doing this. So basically you say await. You do some error handling. If you're not gonna, if you may not catch anything, then you throw an error and you close you're in await. You're in await. You're in await. But this isn't like, this is just returning the value of an async function which ends right here in the script, getting the promise, get random number, on click, generate random number. Then, so number is just, can be count, can be anything. And it's just saying, yo, like, do a thing. Or no, it actually has to be number? Where is number defined? Am I missing something? Does this actually have to be number? Gotta be kidding me. Why? There is zero reason. Nothing's happening. 67. Maybe I didn't wait long enough. I didn't wait long enough. Ghost number. Who is magic coding beanie? Some coding ghost? No. We are Brave Traveler. I just want you to know that we're very strange here. It does work. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. I was just like, why isn't this working? Yeah, Brave Traveler. That's just us being silly because you have to take life lightly. Last thing. Dom events. Dominum. No, we're done. How about we think? We did await blocks. Events are next. Events are amazing. Fluff, it's you. ¿Qué pasa? ¿Qué tal? Hola. Done with logic. Right? That was quite embarrassing. It was so embarrassing, Kaitachi. I know I'm here this time. I was about to leave. I've been doing it wrong this whole time. Yeah, take life. Always look on the bright side of life. So, Fluff, we found this like very frustrating svelte issue that the devs didn't want to fix. So they make you like, I don't even think that's what's happening. I think really you should just be identifying what you want to pull it by. And they're like, let's overcomplicate this thing. And I'm like, what? I don't even know. Something about components loading at a certain point. It's absolutely ridiculous. It's just a waste of life. Nada mucho. Es felt mal y ahora terminé. Ah, sí, yeah. Svelte no es malo, pero necesita aprender a una JavaScript framework, so it might as well be Svelte. Yo no sé qué significa calabaza. Then again, Swift UI works somewhat like this, but their wording is slightly better. You need to specify an identifier. Yeah, right? Yeah. Specify an identifier. Yeah. Or else things will be gray. Pumpkin, calabaza. Ah, pumpkin. Calabaza. No me gusta mucho. Okay. It's not really fair, Fluff. I feel like I've heard about Svelte, only done React or Angular. I have an Angular Udemy tutorial that I haven't touched. It just sounds old. Yeah, I know, Kaitachi. Me too. But I think I'm done. It's 1:30. Got to do other things. Squash. Let's squash this project. Calabaza. Calabaza? Or is it like calabaza? I also haven't done React in forever. It's a lot different now. For example, I did React before hooks were a thing. Hooks. Like web hooks or like different hooks. There's so many kinds of hooks. Ay. Did you know that this is an apple? Baza. Calabaza. Fish hooks. Roofie. Oh, Rufio hooks. Oh, fish hooks. Oh, so bright. Oh, holy svelte. My good gracious, that was an adventure. And frameworks, am I right? Look, I appreciate the structure. I do. I really, really do. Because when you try to build your own architecture, it's like, this is hard. I wish it was easier. But then you get something like Laravel, and you're like, oh, this is significantly easier. And then you get something like Svelte, which is fine. I'm sure it's fantastic. We're going to learn it more. We're going to love it. We're going to love it. 150 Mateo, what's up? How's it going? We do nothing but adventures here. Oh yeah, have a good night, Kaitachi. Have a wonderful night. Thank you for stopping by. Front end is much harder than back end. Amen, my friend. Yes. Although, right, there are very hard back end problems. I mean, I can't even begin. Well, okay, no, I'm starting to begin to touch the idea of okay, how to configure, an AWS Elastic Beanstalk instance. I'm beginning to kind of get the things that you need. I still don't understand what a Redis is. I have no idea. Something about, I thought it was session data. Apparently that's not it. I don't know. Just something. Yeah, right. The damn people wanted to click on stuff and wanted to change colors. Ick. Redis cluster is like a database. Right, Fish. So what I'm getting is Redis cluster is a database that knows where the person was at last or something. But really fast. But really dumb. You can only store key value pairs. Oh. Redis, think DB and RAM. Oh, okay. That's helpful. Generally speaking, front end is okay, front end is not impossible. But yeah, it's hard. Redis just stores blobs. I've read that. Like others, Redis is in RAM. It's a cache. Very amazing cache system. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. So saves your APIs and stuff if you've... So I wasn't insane to think that my CSRF token had something to do with Redis. But I was insane to think that Redis was saved somewhere other than... Well, there are different ways Laravel saves it. It can save file, database, something else. A couple other things. Really neat speech bubbles. I like them. Oh, wait. What speech bubbles? The ones that I want to make? What do you mean speech bubbles? Aw, Ishan, thank you. I could use a good stretch. What do we want to do? I need more of these. Oh, sorry. I forgot. Sometimes I forget. Points. Let's do the time warp again. Oh, my bubbles. I made those. I animated them myself. Touch your toes. Who's going to touch their toes with me? Oh. My hat's coming off. Sneaky, Ishan. It's just a step to the left. Oh my goodness, that feels amazing. I'm just gonna stay here, maybe? No? I don't know. My hat didn't come off, but my bra came down. Oh, I need that. All right, there we go. Let's do the time warp again. You mean the Legos? There is a new Lego coming in. Star Mandalorian Lego. I don't know which one. But no, there's a couple of things. No Christmas gifts, just stuff. What time is it? You're in the US. What time is it? I think it's the middle of the night. It is 1:42, Brave Traveler. Or, yeah, 1:42. I was going to use military time, and then I'm like, wait a minute. It's actually 1:42 military time. That is a nice hat. Thank you. I like it, too. I got it for Christmas. I like my red one a little bit better, but, whatever. All right. Good night, Kaitachi. See you soon. I should reward myself because I got through a tutorial. I use Redis to cache really slow queries mostly, but no sessions. JWTs for that, which can be dangerous, but I work in microservices. 042. 0 dark 30. That was a bunch of studying. It was a bunch of focused studying. I kept going too. I'm in Europe. Here it is morning. And the reason I did that is so that I can make a bubble component. How was my Christmas? It was good. It was relaxing. Did I tell you? So I told the stream about this, but I got stuck on the hill. I live on a hill, and we had a big snowstorm. So this wasn't the Saturday before Christmas. We lost power for 30 hours, and I got stuck on a hill the following one. So that was fun. But other things, yes, Fluff, for New Year's, I'm doing 2 improv shows, one at 9 p.m. and one at 11 p.m. It does suck, but it was okay. So I'm going to be doing some improv on Saturday. Nalithis, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. How did I survive the cold? I walked up to my home, which was less than a quarter mile away. So I was lucky because I got stuck on a hill that was close to home. Then in the middle of the night, it got warmer, was like 37. And I went back out and I backed it down safely and parked it at a gas station near us. And then I walked back home, which is about 3/4 of a mile uphill. Maybe a mile. I think it's probably 3/4 of a mile. It's not that long. But no power at home. Yeah, so the house actually stayed pretty warm for about 28, for about a day. And then it started dropping, got down to 50 in the house and 52. I didn't come down to the basement. That would have been freezing. It was uphill both ways because I drove down it. So I actually did kind of go uphill both ways, which is really funny. I don't have a fireplace in my house. I do have solar panels, but if the power goes out, I guess I'm burning shit on the stove. Yeah, absolutely. We have a fireplace, but we didn't know how to use it because it's propane. So we didn't know how to light it. And then we do have a gas stove, and because I'm absent-minded, I tried to light it, but I turned on the wrong knob, which was kind of hilarious. In the snow. No fire in the snow. We did take an emoji detour, that's true. Good job on not blowing up. Yeah, absolutely. Don't know how to use it. Guess I'll just freeze to death. So it's a fireplace. It's a propane fireplace, but you have to take off the front of it and pull out. I am a banana. And the New Year's resolution. That's a really good question, Fluff, because I don't think I've written anything down, but I do want to take better care of myself, like significantly better care of myself. A stressful amount of health I would like in 2023. 8K. You're gonna do an 8K. That's awesome. Very cool. Very cool. Do you do like one more every year? One more K? Or do you mean like 8K on Twitch? JK. I feel like I have to like compromise my values to get 8,000 followers on Twitch. 8K screen resolution. Oh yeah, maybe. Nice. Like over 4K. I got you. Yeah, I want to take better care of myself. I have some like, private goals that are like hot tub stream in winter. Yeah. I don't think that would matter. Honestly, Piling, I don't think there's so many hot tub coders. I just don't think people would care. They'd be like, oh, look, Chrissy's being herself and she's soaking wet. Fascinating. Like, does not matter. Cold tub streaming. Yeah, absolutely. I would. I really would. I would. If I had a hot tub and a good setup, why not? It would be comfy. I doubt the impetus of man. Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I'm going to work on making really good ramen this year, I think. That's nice. That's nice. I could go for independently wealthy somehow, but I don't know how that's going to happen. Originally, Fluff, I was talking about actually finishing the prototype for my app. And I probably should tackle that. You know how like Finite Singularity really does only, used to do only streams about work and then like would do occasionally like games and stuff. It would be cool to have that much focus on my app. I think when I first started it, I just didn't know what I was doing. Period. Like I just like was a lost cookie cause. And now I'm still a lost cookie cause, but less so. So I could focus on my app. Ooh, play Claire de Lune by the end of the year, Fluff. You got to talk to Old Sloppy. I think Old Sloppy's practicing Claire de Lune right now. Not right now, but like half a lost cookie. Yeah, absolutely. I would love to be, yo, what up, Coda Girl? What you doing? Hey, William JCW, what are you doing? I'm just ending my stream. We're just hanging out. We're chatting right now. Just hanging out. I'm practicing, but I'm real bad at it. Yeah, I mean, whatever. You have to be bad before you're good. Don't worry about it. Chrissy Codes get her cookies. I know. Get the sustained foot pedal for tomorrow, which should help. Oh, you have a keyboard? My grandfather gave us my grandmother's piano, and the weight of it begs to be played because it's just there and heavy and wonderful. It's a upright, so I should probably switch to just chatting, but I don't want to stay just chatting. I have a MIDI keyboard, yeah, no piano. And MIDI keyboards are great. I had a big keyboard for a while. So yeah, so New Year's resolutions rock, and they're not like, sure, if you're going to make a change, make it now. Don't wait till the 1st or blah, blah, blah. And also resolutions, like I like make sure you have a system. If you're asking for my advice, which no one did, no one. Look, I dropped 7 viewers. They're like, oh, she's giving us advice. Gross. It's a smaller keyboard. Oh, that's fantastic. Congrats. I'm so happy. That makes me really happy. Loving your backdrop. It's a lot. It's distracting me. I'm like, what is she really doing back there? Nice. Yeah, there's a lot. What's my advice? Oh, to break your goals down So don't worry about the goal, right? Just have a system. And not just any system, right? Like just pick the next thing that you have to do. Understand it. Get the skills to do it. And just do that next thing. And that's it. And don't worry about the friggin' goal. Doesn't matter. Do the next right thing. I'm not wisdoming. I don't think so. Easier to eat an elephant one bite at a time. Middle Geek, that is a great analogy because let me pull the wheel off the screen. Because eventually that elephant will rot before you're finished eating it. And so that's where anxiety and stress comes from. Dave H., thank you for the follow. Brick by brick. What, Piling? Well, no. Let me finish. Eventually the elephant will rot. Okay. But if during that time you learn more about how to do the thing you're doing, then you'll be able to tackle a different goal after the elephant rots. It is still an elephant. That's true. Eventually we will all rot. Yeah, but that's not what I mean. I think that like the anxiety that, or the pressure, anxiety that comes from like wanting to do it all or being a perfectionist or whatever is something that I suffer from a lot. Maybe Pylang, but you still can't eat an elephant before it rots by yourself. Maybe baby elephant. Not what I was going for, no. I was more saying like, just enjoy the process, right? Enjoy the process. One thing at a time. Don't worry about the goal. Who says you have to eat an elephant, right? Like the elephant's gonna rot. Gross. Why you want to eat an elephant? What is this New Year's resolution? Metal Geek? What the hell? JK. You could... Really? A whole elephant? Yeah, right? No elephants were harmed. I don't believe that. There are preservation techniques. That's true. And I think, you know what? That's a good point, non-essential fish. The first time you try to eat an elephant, you don't know how to preserve it, right? You just start. You just start. Yeah, a few YouTube videos won't get you there though. It'll get you through like part of your first elephant and you'll have to sleep. And then the next time you go to eat an elephant, then you'll know, okay, these are the steps that I had to take. Stick that joker in the fridge. You have to buy, do you know how much refrigeration you have to pay for? We are not independently wealthy. We are poor fools. I mean, I'm not yet. Maybe some of y'all are, but like, no. If I had enough refrigeration to, it is cold enough to stick outside, but it gets warm. Chest freezer. Sunny bird boy. I couldn't even eat a whole deer before it rotted, let alone an elephant. Thank you, Fluff. Thank you, brave traveler. Thank you. Distributed. Share the elephant. You know what? Maybe that's the problem. We're trying to eat an elephant all by ourselves when we need to share the elephant. goodness. Oh my goodness gracious. Ugh. Y'all. I don't know if it's deep, but it's something. I just think just take it, just baby steps always. And write down your accomplishments, no matter how big or small they are, because they matter. I'm just speaking because I don't do this stuff myself. Like, I need to like recognize when I accomplish something. I'm so bad at it. I could probably look back at my first VOD, maybe my second VOD. The first VOD was just struggling with Python. I could probably look back at my first VOD and say, and see like real growth, right? About rewarding myself. Let's do this. That wasn't good. No! Don't look at me. Everything in Jira and try to put small enough chunks of things to see progress. I have a well, fucked. I have a oh my god, I can't think right now. The hell did I just say? Oh, you guys, Crutchcorn, who's doing Vue, I guess, took my idea. Reviewing Chatter's code. There's only one person who can review code, and that's my entire community. Software manufacturing, code mutation. Ugh. Trello? Sorry, I was just, I'm looking for someone to read into. I just came to say Trello. Hold on, let me open this. No. One reviewer raid. Ooh, one viewer. Do you mean one viewer raid? You think we should find someone with one viewer? I don't think that's what you were saying, Piling, but let's go mess up his stream. All right. The reviewer raid. No. It's not context drift. I'm looking at everybody. There is. It's interesting stuff out there. What about art or music? Anybody interested in something they haven't seen in a while? I don't even know what I'm saying right now. Create a hot tub coder? Let's see. My screen says some things right now. Can I look? Can I search? Oh, search tags. Python? Probably don't search Python under hot tub coders. Let's see. I am looking it up. You don't want to go to the music streamers? Not Essential Fish. I'm not going to be judgy. I know, right, Fluff? I know. I'm trying. I'm looking. GG. How about I just switch to a hot tub stream? Stay here. I have no hot tub. How am I going to do a hot tub stream without a hot tub? All right. Hot tub streamers coding. Nope. What else? JavaScript? This is impossible. Details. Just we get sometimes very critical of music streamers. But if you're talking about keyboards, John Ong has a few of them. Haskell! Who's doing Haskell? TNA after coding. Yeah, I mean, whatever. Gotta raid new people. What about some good games? Anybody interested in some cool games? Should we check out retro? I just came to say retro. Uh-oh. N64 Paper Mario. She's cute. 253 viewers. Kobo. Definitely write some Kobo down. Selena is cute. Let me open Selena's stream so I can get past the Shakaroni app. Shakaroni, a San Francisco treat. I'm gonna counteract this bad food with a lot of vodka. Interesting vibe, interesting vibe. It seems like there are a lot of I don't know. Whatever. You got to learn new things, right? She's very cute, though. I think we're going to go see Selena. Legit sleeping on stream, 430 viewers. I know, Floff. Listen. There is a part of me that is like, okay, if I just wear less clothing, and it's not, look, I understand. Like, this is not, who cares? It's cool. Respect, right? You do that. But like, can I just quit my job and just do developing the way I want? Like, I know sleeping while connecting to stream of a person sleeping. Absolutely. Like, people are lonely. People are lonely. I mean, I will probably do like a really long stream sometime where I do sleep on stream, but the sleeping will not be like, it will just be like, okay, like this is how you do like a subathon or whatever. I don't think like anybody cares enough about, I mean, that's not true. People care. You all care. I appreciate all of you. I gotta say, but like subathons like get like 3,000 subs, and that would be insane. Time to create a new Twitch category, hot tub dev. I think you're right, generic cat person. I think it'd be good fun. That's because you will have passed out on the keyboard, right? I'll just be like, there'll be a bunch of E's in chat. E. Yeah, that sounds like me. I'll get up with keyboard face, and I'll have like well, I don't have any, my keyboards aren't indented. I guess I'll have like just the lines. It might look good actually. I have no idea. I don't know. I'm not feeling this. I like Paper Mario, but it looks like she's like watching it, not playing it, which is, I don't know, not cool. It's fine. Whatever happens. Ooh, someone's watching Rugrats. Bum 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 bum. Like everybody in retro is just watching old movies or sleeping. Bum 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 bum. Let's see if there's any Dr. Mario streamers. Probably not. I would say probably not. Boo boo boo. Boop ba doo boo 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 boo. Fishy. Beanie can't cover up. Yes, it can. Look at this. Beanie can absolutely cover up keyboard face. No problem. Well, I'm sorry I missed the main part of the stream, but this is certainly a hilarious conversation to tune into. Yeah, Benson, it's insane. We're just looking for someone to raid into, and I'm not feeling anybody. To everything. Hello, Subashko. How are you doing? I look like Rorschach from The Watchers? From The Watchmen, you mean? The Watchers. Is The Watchers like a show version of The Watchmen? Watchmen? We went from trying to eat elephant to finding boobies. Yeah. Yeah. Not boobs per se, just like appreciating the work that people put in. What a creative way to spell Rorschach. Yeah, whatever. And Watchmen. I'm glad you're good, Subashko. Welcome on in, by the way. Sorry, it's late. Don't worry about it. Nobody's judging you. There is no space for judgment here. Literally zero. Heitski. Heitski. Oh. Okay. I like this vibe. Heitski. I think I'm just going to borrow her music. Hi, it's Kai. Oh, why am I so bad at this? What do you mean I love I love sushi? I like sushi. Not judging. Oh yeah, absolutely. I requested some good music over there. Oh, you did? All right, let's go talk to Hi, it's Kai. Unless anybody else has anybody else, but I'm good. I feel like she's doing some Modern Warfare. Really? Okay. Piling, why didn't you say something? Hi, it's Kai. That sounds great. I'm excited. Friends! You gotta give a little, take a little, and let your poor heart break a little. That's the glory of. Oh, that's cool, Piling. That's the story of love. I've been drinking and think this might be a bad idea. As long as there's the two of us, we've got the world and all its charms. It's 2:10. It's all right, Fluff. It's no big deal. I think I'm going to stay up and do some work. I'm going to push that dev. That's awesome, Piling. All right. We're going to start this raid. Say hi to Hi, it's Kai. Let's develop a raid call. How about we do a smile? No, we'll do 2 raids and a smile like usual because it looks stupid when you alternate them. It'd be hilarious to do a face palm, but I feel like that sends the wrong message. All right, there's the radio call. Video killed the radio star. The raid call. Man, y'all, thanks for sticking with me tonight. It's been fantastic. I learned a lot about Svelte and how frameworks are all itchy in their own ways. I will be back on Tuesday. I will be celebrating New Year's Eve. Not on stream, but yeah. But definitely hang out. I'll talk to y'all soon. Thanks for the lurks, the subs, the follows, the chats. Last stream of the year. Last raid of the year. That's so exciting. Oh, hi. Oh, hi and bye, Volko. We're going to raid. We're going to have fun. Yeah. Okay. Bye, everybody. Thank you. Let's start this raid. Radio. Bye, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. Bubbles.